So where is it? Steam even says it's running. Yeah, it's there. But I can't tab to it. Oh, there it is. For some reason, Age of Wonders likes to just choose a random monitor, including non-existing monitors. Thankfully, I know how to move windows around. How do I make you change screen? Why do you start over there? Interface. Graphics. Ah, there it is. Display 1. That's more like it. So my computer, for some reason, has like a phantom monitor. And I think it loaded itself on that phantom monitor. So that was fun. Oh wow, OBS is running really slowly. It did not like me turning that around. Let's go like that, and hopefully I can re-enable this, and yeah, it seems to be working again. Alright, let's bring in some sound. Let's also grab the YouTube details. Slowly. Just here in the background. Weird. Also, I feel like the sound is super high. I'll change that in a second. Come on. Pop out chat. And make sure that is turned. Okay, settings, audio. That is very loud. Okay, so, hello, my name is Mordred Viking, and I'd like to welcome you to this stream of Age of Wonders 4. This is the Rise from Ruin expansion, where it's basically playing as a post-apocalyptic fantasy game now. So what we are going to do is start a new game.
Your destination.
We're going to create a realm, because I want to see what control we actually have over cataclysms. Because those are one of the new things that has been added. So map size. Can randomize the traits. Ah. Presence. Fractured infestations. The realm has various fractures from which mana-starved creatures emerge. Fractured infestations are common. Infestations spread astral barren. No changes there. No changes there. Barren and fractured. This realm bears scars of magical calamity. Handcrafted regions containing sands and astral barrens are common. Ruined ancient wonders such as the withered tree are more common. Mutually exclusive with crystalline abundance. Ruined nodes. The realm's natural resources are partially depleted. Around half of the resource nodes present at the start are ruined. Resource nodes in provinces adjacent to cities at the start will not be ruined. I'm assuming that ruined can be repaired. Ruin nodes are resource nodes that have been depleted by overharvesting or other means. Ruin nodes no longer provide any income or bonuses. Ruin nodes can be restored as long as you've claimed them. Restoring them costs mana. but this cost is decreased each turn until the minimum cost is reached. When restored, ruin nodes are replaced by the intact versions, which provide their income and bonuses again. Echoes of the Fracturing. Long ago, this realm was home to some experiments of the Unmakers. There are fated regions present on the map which offer quest chains exploring the present and the past of the Fracturing. Gain artifacts when completing fated regions which grant control over the cataclysm that ravages this realm. Obtaining 3 of them will lead to a cataclysm victory. Fated regions are affected by wards of fate. Unstable astral flow. The astral flow through this realm is tumultuous. All world map spells and combat spells have a base 20% chance of backfiring. Interesting. And yeah, those seem to be those new things. Okay, cool. So as I said, the basis of this expansion is the cataclysm. Basically, over time, as bad things happen, cataclysm amount will grow, and then when it maxes out, it will start spawning new infestations, which will then start to basically ruin the territory around them. Once you destroy the infestation, then you can restore the territory which it had damaged. It also adds a new empire type, which is the Nomad. Nomads can move cities. You just pick up and leave and go somewhere else. And it also adds the Rabbit Folk race. So those are the new things. I'm still not 100% sure what I actually want to do with this game. Because there are definitely areas in Promessence, the world that I've been building, which has regions that are being disrupted. And it has large desert areas. So we could do a desert world with cataclysms. And then we either play as the desert dwarves, or we play the ant folk. I really need to look up what on earth those are called, because I cannot remember offhand. Orient? No, it's not them. Three Green, that's the one. Mantis-like creature with 4 arms, telepathy, and natural camouflage. Added with Spelljammer. Native to deserts. Yeah, so the 3 Green are basically an insect race that are actually quite intelligent and quite civilized, but they look extremely alien to basically anyone that comes across them, so it's always a little unsure as to whether they're good guys or bad guys. They're not bad guys. The problem that they face is constant attacks by the Gnolls, who are basically this all-consuming, ravaging group that consume and then move on. They're basically locusts. So which part and race of Promessence are we playing? That is the question here. So we could... Is there an insect race? I think there might
destination.
be. We go to create faction.
Your journey starts here.
Custom. Create.
What is your people's
There is. So we can actually do 3 Green. And then the Hairfolk, these are the new ones. They are quick reflexes, light-footed, and athletic by default. We just pick them.
What is their origin
It
culture?
also comes with nomads. And the nomads are either scavengers or conquerors. Scavengers, survival is measured by what can be scavenged from the ruined world. Your people know this well. Use the wonder scavenging to extract unique essences from ancient wonders, further empowering your cities as they collect essence. In combat, pick up loot from defeated units to heal and gain looted power. Right, because as you're fighting stuff, you're actually having to move around the map to loot stuff, basically. And then there's conquerors. To your people, survival is an eternal conflict. Once they excel at annexing pillaged enemy provinces to gain draft production gold through aggressive expansion. Pillaging provinces produces food, and movement grants units empowering momentum. So the further they move, the more damage they do. I mean, the other thing we could basically play as nomad conquerors would be the gnolls.
What is your people's form?
Probably a Lupin. Yeah. So we could do gnolls. Or we don't play into any of this, and we just play an area where there may be cataclysms. Which there are a couple. Actually, the mountain dwarves have a number of cataclysms that occur to them, magical and natural. The World Wound Tunnel being the waking of the Tarask. And then the magical cataclysm, which is caused by the rise of the Lich Lords. We could also, this is an interesting one, play as the Jinn. The forebearer to humans, elves and gnomes, who are intensely magical and basically blow themselves up. That actually sounds the most cataclysm orientated. That could be interesting. We could do like the originators. That would answer a couple of like the really old questions, like where were their settlements? These ruins are still going to be on the map. How did they fall? I don't think we've done like a super magical race before, because they've got... Will they be Siren? It's fish people. Ancient. Yeah, they would probably be ancient, or maybe Elysian. Or Elfkin. Probably ancient. And we can change all of this. You did the Elves Magic playthrough. Did I go full magic on that though? Really need a Mummy Lord for this game and a Jackal race for the Mummy to rule over. And Son of Sun Tzu, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Good to have you joining us. And Kalinas wanted me to drink some tea. Cheers. I mean, the race that I really do want to do at some point is the Minotaurs. I am waiting for them to come out with like a Tauron type. Because then we could absolutely do like the ancient world in Promescence. I think that could be a really huge game. We have the elves, the dwarves, gnomes, humans, Minotaurs, ogres, centaurs. There's another one I would like to see, like equine races. I'm kind of leaning towards doing the Jinn game. Gnolls are insects. I think I'd be way more interested in the insects. Yeah, okay, we'll do the insects. Now, I have a couple of ideas around how they work. The 3 green, but we'll create the world, and then we'll do that. So, new game.
Choose your destination.
Create realm. advanced settings. Let's do 5 players on a large map, so we have space. Well, do we want space? Oh, actually, sure we do. And we're gonna have to create gnolls too. Is there anyone else that lives in that area? Yes, there is. The devils do. Let me bring up the map and we can take a look. Because this is an area of the world we have not fleshed out whatsoever. Which is actually the other question. Do I want to start fleshing this part of the world out now? Because I'd really like to start focusing in and zooming in a little bit more than I have been thus far. But then having these races built and good to go would also be nice. And also, why does my camera keep on floating? Stop that. Alright, let's find... Should do. And then... So this is the map of Promescence. So previously we've done a lot of stuff up here. Like most of these races are actually kind of built. We are talking about down here in the corner. So the gnolls are the brown, and you can see that they just kind of sweep across different territories and then leave whatever's behind them basically just devastated. It does eventually regrow, but that takes a while. Then we have the Infernals, which are the Devilkin. And then the 3 Kreen. And the way that they are holding the gnolls back is they basically built the Great Wall of China, connecting the sea to the mountain range where the gnolls can't go through because there's not much to eat up in the mountains. Nomadic Civ with the goal of finding the ancient relics of the Jinn would also be interesting. Could be an argument for scavengers. I mean, the Desert Dwarves would be the most likely to be nomadic. Ogres would be too, because the ogres had the Great Migration from this region all the way down to here where they eventually settled. Both humans could also be. I don't know whether you can migrate cities across oceans. Not sure about that one. Don't think any of the others are really nomads. Conquering nomads, the goblins, maybe. But I actually quite like how the goblins play in this at the moment. I don't really want to flesh this area out more than I have done already. Because like I said, I kind of want to focus in. And the Jinn, this area was land. And this circle of volcanoes isn't actually a circle of volcanoes. I just marked that there to remind myself where this happened. Was where the magical cataclysm was. So we could do the Jinn that were in this region. But they would not be nomads. Or like you say, we could do something that's just not connected to this. Dark Elves and Warhammer Fantasy managed to migrate entire cities across the ocean. Yeah, I'm not questioning whether it's possible. I'm questioning whether it's possible in this. I think maybe the Scavenging Ogres or the Desert Dwarves. I mean, we could do both. In fact, we could even just do... We play as Mountain Dwarves. We have nomadic Desert Dwarves, nomadic Ogres, Plains Dwarves, and regular Ogres. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 races. And there was definitely some cataclysmic stuff that went on down here. I kind of like this, actually. I might do that. I haven't done Ogres before. Yes, we have.
Choose your destination. Your journey starts here.
See? Ogre Kingdoms. Roots are lost bad butcher. He was the one that settled. He's the one in the far south. We also have the Desert Dwarves. This technically is the Ice City, but we could do a spin-off of those Desert Dwarves. And we have not done Mountain Dwarves, nor have we done the Plains Dwarves. Okay, then I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to do non-nomadic for ourselves, Mountain Dwarves, with Desert. Let's edit these Desert Dwarves.
What is your people's form?
They are
What
not
is their
feudal.
origin culture?
We're going to make them nomad instead. Scavengers. And everything else, I think, for them
Defines
stays the same.
society.
Oh, we should probably also choose different ones of these. I would say that they are talented collectors. Gives them a reason to travel around too. Hoarders? Not really. Reclaimers? Seeker of Wonders. Ancient City. Ancient Wonders do not require population in order to be annexed. Cities gain extra production per annexed Ancient Wonder. That they could do. They could also do Vision of Promise, Nature. Or Materium. Materium for dwarves I think would make more sense. I'm also never sure if, like, the Vision of Ruin is you're supposed to bring about that ruin, or it's something that occurs to your race. Would expect nomads to be good hunters. Screen again. Because I realise I'm floating again. Oops. OBS is running really slowly. You bring about that vision.
Choose your first tome of magic.
I think that Vision of Promise fits them.
Choose your
Eternal
first
magic would be
tome of
cryomancy.
magic.
And their person is definitely a champion. I mean, all of this, I don't think I need to change. I just want to save.
Reveal yourself. Your journey.
Yeah, okay, this is all
begins.
preset. So we are going to overwrite this. The Desert Dwarves are now going to be... Yeah, we're just going to overwrite this.
Your journey starts here.
Then we have the ogre kingdoms, which we're going to edit.
What is your people's form?
And we're going to create a copy of this. We're not going to overwrite them.
What is their origin culture?
Desert dwarves are nomadic. With the exception of their capital city, which is not nomadic, the rest of it basically is. They basically have to travel around the desert trying to survive. And yes, they may get some cities which stay put. But there aren't many of them. Most of them, I would say, are nomadic. So these ogres are going to be the nomadic ogres. They are going to be scavengers as well, I think.
What defines their society?
I think both of those are fine.
Choose your first tome
Tome of
of
Beasts. Probably fine.
What is your ruler's
Led
origin?
by a champion. Now we will need to create a different champion for that.
Reveal yourself.
And let's, instead of yellow, go with brown. And their ruler can be a warrior with great axe. Sure, I don't want to change this too much. The big difference for him is gonna be the name.
Your journey begins.
The migratory one is not called Brutalos. They are not the Ogre Kingdoms. They are the migratory ogres. Alright, let's load up ChatGPT so I remember what the hell we've already established in Primessence. Alright, so we want to... Oh, is this where... I've just been doing everything in here, so yes. We want to define out the nomadic, no, migratory ogres. Who later become the ogre kingdoms led by Brutalos the Bad Butcher. Please come up with some suggestions for the leader of this group. And let's start with that. Bear in mind the ogres here have been enslaved for centuries and have finally escaped from their elven / Rhinocore overlords. They are desperate. Not conquering. Share this again, although I warn you, like, I don't know why everything seems to be running at half speed at the moment, but it is. Ooh, the long walk. Could even call these, instead of the migratory ogres of the long walk. Which I actually kind of prefer. Alright, so suggested options are Grathok Chainbreaker, Ulgur the Freed, Drothak Longstride, Cargill the Unbowed. Ooh, I quite like that. Gorgash Pathfinder, Morak the Survivor, Thrag Stoneback, Ragor the Escape, Gromak the Last Slave, Urdok Broken Collar, Cargill the Unbowed. Isn't the throne city of the Settle Ogres called Moraclim? Right, it is. What was that link? Morak the Unbowed might be a better name. We haven't established one. Okay, so let's say it is... Let's change the rulers. The migratory rulers. Okay. Morak the Unbowed. So let's do that. First name, Morak. Last name, the Unbowed. I'm not that keen on the Unbowed now. We walk free or we die walking. I mean, that's kind of a cool motto, to be honest. Moraclim the Walker. Morak the Far, go on. Morak Far Walker. Ooh! Morak Far Walker. Bad Butcher, Far Walker. It kind of feels a bit more ogreish in the way that we've established here. I like it. That's way better. Alright, so we've got Morak Far Walker. Ogres of the Long Walk. The Throne City... We're just going to call it the camp. So it would be Morak who led the Ogres to freedom and Brutalos who would be in the future. Yes, exactly that. I don't like the fact that you're a warrior in this case.
What is your ruler's origin?
Starts out as a champion for sure.
Reveal yourself.
Not a warrior. I'm thinking probably a ranger. And yes, we'll start you with a nomad bow. Or a sword and net. A sword and net, that feels more ogreish.
Your journey begins.
And his title is Warlord. It's really laggy, I know, and I don't know why it's doing that today. I'm hoping that when I get out of this screen it will fix itself. I wonder if it's because it loaded up in the wrong monitor, so it's not got its frame rate set properly. We can restart the game once we've saved this. We'll just call it Warlord for now. Creating new
Your
copy.
journey starts here.
Because this bit's fine. Let's quit and then reload. Let's get back to that thing of Age Wonders. And play. Because now everything's fine. Start the game already. So we got the Desert Dwarves, the Settled Ogres, the Migratory Ogres. We still need to make the Mountain Dwarves and the Plains Dwarves. This does beg the question, were the Dwarf Wizard Lords Mountain Dwarves or Plains Dwarves? I think they were Mountain. But I don't honestly remember. There we go, that seems better.
Choose your destination.
I guess that was the issue then, because it loaded in the wrong screen.
Your journey.
Okay,
starts
so
here.
we've got Ogre Kingdoms, Ogres of the Long Walk, Desert Dwarves, and it's just those three at the moment. So we're going to need to create the Mountain Dwarves. Had I written anything about the wizards? honestly cannot remember. This would be in races. Timeline? Let's. How do I go to your page? Nothing. That doesn't seem right. Although technically the dwarves would explode later. Dwarves discover arcane magic. Dwarven Punic War, the rise of the Dwarven Archmages. And tyranny of the Dwarven Lich Lords. We don't ever actually establish who becomes that. So if we, again, just go over to this. This is just before that stuff happens. 261. The screen is 261. Oops, let's go to the top again. So this save is actually from the rise of the Dwarven Mage Lords. Did the Jinn live during the time of Morak? No, they were millennia before. And technically Morak would have been before this, so he would have been before the rise of the magic dwarves. Do I have... where this is saved? So this is the file that we're looking at now. That's the Fire Giant map where we added them. This was the migratory movements. Except this is 361, this is the arrival of the goblins. So I think it was in 500 years prior. Yeah, this is the settlement of the ogres. 740. So this is the time of Morak. In which case we got desert dwarves when they were still very much in their nomadic phase. The ogres just settling. The mountain dwarves, the plains dwarves, we don't have the magical explosion. And technically we have trolls. But trolls in this instance just means extremely dangerous fauna. By the way, we still need the mountain dwarves and the plains dwarves. So we need to make those too. Technically we could do Duragar, Fire Giant Duragar in this era too. And if we wanted to expand a little further we could have the Nepharian Empire. Although their contact with the Desert Dwarves doesn't happen for a while yet. So I think what we need now is just regular Mountain Dwarves and regular Plains Dwarves. Not the magic ones. Were the Jinn around before the meteor? Yes, they caused it. The meteor wasn't actually a meteor Basically, the Jinn worshipped the god of magic, who realized that worship was the basis for gaining power as a deity. So he started worshipping himself, because there can be no more powerful subject than a god worshipping another god. And all of the other gods were like, that's breaking the laws of being a god, stop it, and murdered him. And the site of his murder was the big cataclysm and explosion. Oh yeah, we do also need to change his title. Although Warlord I don't mind that much, it feels suitably ogreish. But what we need is dwarves. What was the baseline dwarves here? Well, no, because they would be very different. It's actually part of the reason I like this system.
What is your
It's because we can play with their abilities. So let's start with the mountain dwarves. These are going to be the most traditional. Hardy, tough, defensive tactics. Technically, they could have underground adaptation. Although they're not truly underground. We've always said that the mountain holds are up in the mountains, they're not beneath them. I always found it really weird, like why would you build a city underground when you have to excavate everything? Build it above ground and then have mines going down. Like you can have some holds which are kind of half and half, but never like completely underground. It makes no sense. Strong, really. They're super defensive. They definitely don't have any special mounts. They could have floors. But not really. Kind of wondering if maybe they want bulwark instead of defensive tactics. You don't really have space to do defensive tactics in tunnels. We do this.
What is their origin culture?
These are the builders. These might well be architects. Or industrious. These are probably industrious. Yeah, architects are more about building wonders and things like that. That's more of like a Nephitine Empire thing. These are industrious, 100%.
What defines their society?
What indeed? Great builder. There we go. So we can lean into that a little bit. And so post Mage Lords, there would be Runesmith. I think Reclaimers, they make good kit rather than enchanting stuff. Yeah, this makes more sense.
Choose your first tome of magic.
Oh, first tome. That's a good question. Not discipline. Enchantment? Maybe. Rock? Probably. No, no, no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Okay, it's either of these, and it's probably... Probably rock. Although rock feels more magic-y. Maybe they start enchantments and then they get rock. Nah, definitely rock.
What is your ruler's origin?
And they are 100% a champion. And their champion is
yourself.
almost guaranteed to be a warrior. Oh no, defender! Yeah. Hammer and shield. Cestus. What the heck is that? Oops. Oh, it's... No. Shield and hammer. Definitely not that cape. It looks dumb. Yeah, I think that. And then the mounts of this race, well, we'll get back to them. So we're going to say that the mountain dwarves will tend to be smaller and stockier. They'll also tend to be much paler because they're from the Highlands. Skin decor. Rat. I think not. So these are the dwarfiest dwarves to ever dwarf. I mean, these are mountain dwarves, so let's keep it simple and just use their banner as the mountain. Their background colour, brown with blue. The sky and the earth. White for the snow. You look handsome today. Well, thank you. Okay, I think that's good for him. And then these guys, as we were saying, are short, or dwarves. Skin colour is just pale.
Yeah.
Mount type. I mean, the boar probably makes the most sense. Oh, we could do camels. We could give camels to the desert dwarves. We should give camels to the desert dwarves. Badger? Yeah. Polar bears? I kind of like the idea of them riding bears into battle more than boars. Plains dwarves might do boars. Actually, plains dwarves probably do horses.
Your journey begins.
Okay, so saber-tooths would make sense.
Reveal yourself.
I feel like saber-tooths are too ancient feeling. But also bears feel a lot more forest. Yeah, alright, Sabertooth. Why
Your
not?
journey begins.
So, these are the mountain dwarves. And their capital... I think I had a name for this. Is this MD11? Actually, I don't know that we ever named it. I feel like I did, though. For some reason, the search does not like working. It just doesn't search this. Yeah, Ramesses II being a great dwarven ruler. Oh no, it's not actually called Ramesses II. He is a character based on the Egyptian Ramesses II. That's way too early. We want someone who's in this area. We're currently in this age right here. Start of the Iron Age. So there are 3 different groups of dwarves. The desert dwarves, mountain dwarves, and the plains dwarves. I don't remember if I told it this before, but we're telling it now. I think the dwarven capital was further down. Aha. Yes, you're right. Still in the right area. We're fleshing out the mountain dwarves right now. They do not live beneath mountains, but rather among them. We never really established like the origin of dwarves, because it's not the same as the humans, elves, and gnomes. They are just the people of the mountains. And I think they've basically always been 2 different types: the regular dwarves, sorry, the mountain dwarves and the plains dwarves, and then the desert dwarves split off after a schism. Anything in here about the plains dwarves? Just that she splits off. I know that we wrote about Dilruba Shapash, but I don't think it was in the time of this. I think it was prior. Okay, so we have already established this bit at least. Okay, cool. So, mountain dwarves. The true ancestors of the giants, living in the ancestral homes of their distant kin. Likely became smaller and over millennia due to resource resource shortages. True. Alright, plains dwarves are by far the most numerous and prosperous. Plains dwarves are by far the most numerous and prosperous of the dwarves, and they're able to maintain trade links with the Tronic nations of the Far East. Their homelands are... I think they're actually really fertile. Yeah, they are. Range from super fertile riverlands to warmer, drier steppe. What would that be equitable to today? Like, this is a fairly southern nation, so probably like Mediterranean. Italy, maybe? So you've got like the northern part of the Plains Dwarves, which is your Po Valley region, and then you've got the southern part, or the middle part technically, which are like dry lands, and they do go all the way into the south, which is more heavily forested. The north is extremely fertile riverlands. The centre are dry plains, both very Mediterranean. Spell that right. While the Southlands are heavily forested. This isn't spell checking me. Mediterranean. So yeah, it was correct. It's just on the capital M. I knew that looked wrong. Looks a lot like how the Levant used to look during the Bronze and the Classical Ages. Yeah, that's possible. Like, yeah. They first settled the north and pushed further south. The lands of the plains dwarves are ringed entirely on the western edge by the mountains inhabited by their dwarf kin, while the other three directions are entirely surrounded by ocean, making their realms some of the safest. For instance. Does the Feywild occasionally intersect the world? So the Feywild in this is specifically the forested area. So the Feywild is actually a physical place. And it is this. It's the chaotic energies of just life. Life rampant is what defines the Feywild. And because everything grows so rapidly, you then have the underworld, which is the Drow area. Basically the stuff that's blocked off from the sun by the massive canopy above. And this is an intensely magical area. Basically what happened is when the cataclysm occurred and the magical fallout started to settle, a large portion of it settled here. And it is that magical energy which basically supercharged life here, making it incredibly, incredibly, incredibly fertile and incredibly, incredibly, incredibly fast growing. So rather than focus, well, I was going to say rather than focusing on the magic, but no, it's also intensely magic, which is why creatures like pixies and fairies can live here too. But the main trait of that is the extreme growth that occurs. Alright, then we've got the Desert Dwarves. Now, we did write a little bit about this, but I don't remember much. I know we wrote about this, but where? Here it is. Created by political exiles like Dido of Carthage fleeing tyrannical SD1. Southern Dwarves? Use SD here. Yeah, when I first started doing this, I called them the Southern Dwarves. So they're related to the Mountain Dwarves. Oh, cute. Are an offshoot of the Mountain Dwarves. Following a familial rift. Large exodus of northern people occurred. The plains had already been settled, so they chose to go further west through the unforgiving desert. Dido of Carthage being tyrannical. At the edge, or as their resources were about to give out, they found something very unlikely. A huge glacier in the middle of the desert, forming a natural oasis around it. Here they founded their city, which was called... I don't remember. But I can do onward here. Saves that. And we'll go back to custom, Desert Dwarves, edit.
What is your people's form?
Their city is definitely not called Emberton. Dilruba Shapash was the one who led them there. Dilruba Shapash. Yes. He was the expedition leader. I know we came up with a name for this place, but what was it? Hang on, we have one other way we can find out. Can I please just leave this? Thank you.
What is your ruler's origin? What defines their society?
Back. Load game. One of the very first games we did. Oh, maybe. No, I don't delete things. What was the familial rift about? It was about tyranny of some kind. I don't remember exactly what, though. Oh, is this literally as it ends? This is literally as it ends. Let's try that again. Where are you? Oh, right, because I had to surrender in order for them to log accrued points. I remember now. Alright, your capital. Jahid Wahatan, that was it. Jalid Wahatan. Want to utterly dominate the region from this hub, the desert dwarves are able to facilitate trade between east and west for the very first time and became fabulously wealthy as a result. Feels weird where it is there. Come on. Slow again. Unbeknownst. How do you spell unbeknownst? I have no idea. This is not a word I spell on a day-to-day basis. Unbeknownst, that is. To the desert dwarves. The glacier is actually formed around a hibernating ancient white dragon. Who may one day awaken. Okay, it's calling it the Unforgiving Desert. The name is not actually the Unforgiving Desert, that was just a description. Would be cool to play as that dragon someday. I mean, dragons are in this game. You can play as a draconic race. Okay, so that's good. Right, we need a name for the mountain dwarves. One dramatic event for the world, and especially the mountain dwarves. Was that a Tarask slumbered beneath their mountains? Was once awoken and rampaged through their realm to disappear into the east. It left behind it. The tunnel created by the Tarask remains. It is known as the World Wound. And this connects the what would you call this? It's like a valley. Yeah. And this connects the ancestral urn of the dwarves to an extremely fertile hidden valley. We have not previously been able to access. At the center of this extremely fertile river valley. There's a massive dormant volcano. The Tarask used as a nest. Now empty. The dwarves, not dwarves. It actually went all the way to the Draconic Lands to punish their messing with forbidden magics, but that's a story for another day. World Wound Tunnel. Passage through the mountains, creature carved an enormous subterranean channel through solid rock. The scar in the earth became known as the World Wound Tunnel. The tunnel permanently altered the geography of the Dwarven homeland and later revealed something previously been unreachable, the Hidden Valley. The tunnel opened into a previously inaccessible river valley surrounded entirely by mountains. The valley proved to be extremely fertile, fed by a powerful river system that had long been isolated from the surrounding Dwarven lands. At the centre of this stood a massive dormant volcano which served as the terrace nest before it began its destructive march eastwards. After the devastation caused by the Taras, the mountain dwarves eventually settled within the volcanic structure itself. The settlement became their capital city. It remains unique amongst all of the dwarven settlements as the only truly subterranean city of the mountain dwarves. The volcanic cavern is enormous, far larger than the current settlement. The dwarven city occupies only a fraction of the available space within the vast chamber. The Weldwood Tunnel remains one of the most striking landmarks in the dwarven homeland. It's a scar of devastation and the passage that revealed the hidden valley that would later become the heart of the dwarven the mountain dwarven civilization. The memory of the Taras rampage endures as a reminder that even the mightiest mountain strongholds can be helpless before the oldest and most destructive forces in the world. Yeah, I like it. Another thing, what was the Great Wall built in the south? Is it from stone or brick? I haven't defined that yet. All I know is it's a Great Wall of China-like structure built to keep the rampaging gnolls out of their territories. In the same way that the Great Wall is built to keep the Mongols out. Except in this case it actually worked. Okay, let's come up with a name for the capital. Suggestions? That was a long Hoi 4 game. Oh, the one from yesterday. Yeah, multiplayer. Given what we know about the Mountain Dwarves, the name of the capital should reflect the giant ancestry, the Taras carved valley, the volcano that became the city, belief they are true dwarves, sense of ancient weight and permanence. I would agree with that. Karamvan, Durak Thuld, Kazdovar. I like Kazdovar. Van Karum, Thuld Kar. Barak Van. They've just stolen that from Warhammer. As Karaz too. And Crack. I have a feeling that Kazdovar is Nambanar. What about... What about Tarakvan? Taraskvan. What about Tarathron? I quite like Tarathron, actually. Tarathron, I think, is a bit too, like, this is Earth land. Ship may have sailed, but maybe this stream should have been named World Building. I do intend to play Age of Wonders, but I like Age of Wonders stuff to be linked to this. Megathron. Tarathron are? Nah. I like Tarathron. I think we're going to go with Tarathron. Or Tarathor. What's it like Tarak? Tarakthron. Tarakron. Tarakron? Round of the Tarask. Yeah, Tarakron. Alright. Mission accomplished. We now have a name for the capital. And then after this we still need to do the Planesdwarfs, but I'm expecting them to be a lot quicker because they are far less well defined. And then we have everyone. We can start playing.
Starts here.
Right. They are. I did save them.
What is your people's form?
Okay, and then we need the ruler. The influenced could be and Lorne. Ooh, these work quite nicely. Barkan Thuldar. I think that just sounds cool. Kargan Althron. Turgan Karaz. Durkan Varog. Kargat Barkan. Torgan Kazul. Alpar Caradon. These are really good actually, but I like Barkan Thuldar. Keeper of the Giant Throne. Oops, I actually copied it. Cool. So we've got first name Barkan, surname, which I've forgotten already. Keeper of the Giant Throne, Barkan Thuldar, champion of our kind. He will bring prosperity to the mountain dwarves of Tarakron. Giant Throne feels too normal. Also, I can't fit Giant Throne in. I mean, at this point, he's High King. Giant King. Big King. Well, High King, Balkan, Keeper of the Giant Throne. Anyway, we are going to overwrite
Your
you.
journey starts.
That's that character done. We have one more to do. But this one we could technically base on the Mountain Dwarves. Should
What
save
is
us a
your
bit of time.
people's form?
So, the Plains Dwarves are not going to be as hardy or bulwarky. Although actually it occurs to me that instead of bulwark they should probably have been resilient. No, let's edit that real quick.
Your journey starts here.
Where are they? Custom, Barkan.
What is your people's form?
Let's edit. No, they should be tough. Tough, hardy, and resilient.
What is their origin culture? What defines their society?
Mysteries.
What defines their society? Choose your first tome of magic. Reveal yourself.
I wish I could just save instead of having to go through all of this again.
Your journey begins.
Okay. And then we're going to take them, edit them.
What is
And we
your
need to
people's
not
form?
overwrite. Foolish question, what exactly are we doing here? No distract, just curious if you're making a story or something. Yeah, so I'm trying to build a like D&D type setting at the same time. And I've often used Age of Wonders because I think it's just a really good way of kind of simulating different races and factions and stuff. So I generally build out a part of the world. So in this instance, it is, if this is the map that I use, this area, so the Dwarven area, so we want to have the Desert Dwarves, the Migratory Ogres, the Settled Ogres, and then the two Mountain Dwarves and Plains Dwarves. And then the game that we're going to play is going to be in this area, basically. Alright, so these guys, I think they should be hardy. I do not think they should be resilient or tough. Huh. Adaptable, maybe. Fast recuperation, maybe. Cheerful, maybe. You, I think, can have defensive tactics. Hardy and adaptable. Seems to make sense to me. Oops. We have one more point left. And cheerful.
What is their origin culture?
These guys are feudal. Absolutely feudal. And rather than being monarchistic, I think they are aristocratic with different feudal houses.
What defines their society?
These guys are adept settlers. They're populous. And I would say probably also great builders. They are still dwarves at heart.
Choose your first tome.
These
of
guys
magic.
are Tome of Enchantment.
What is your ruler's
They are a champion.
origin? Reveal yourself.
And these guys are going to be led by... Let's give him a lance. And these do not ride saber-tooths, they ride regular horses? Yeah, I think so. Okay. Now for the main dwarves. Is the leader going to be cavalry? Probably. Would love to see some negative traits that would give penalties that would add points to buy. Oh, they already exist, Carnita. I just don't like the penalties very much. I kind of wish there was a bigger selection of them. At the moment there's like 5. This city would be BD3. It's on a big river. And it'd be the main trading port for the eastern trade coming in. It sits at the head of the large river that feeds this area, this region, and acts as the main port for the eastern goods arriving. This kind of is a Cairo. No, Alexandria. Well, we should probably come up with the river name. Description. Carnita wants me to drink some tea. I am unfortunately out of regular tea, but I will have some water. I could make another tea. I think I might. Yeah, I'm going to set the kettle on real quick. If you want to go grab a drink, stretch your legs, take a quick break, I would say now is an opportunity to do so. I'll roll an advert while I'm not here, because I might as well, because I'm not here. And yeah, I'll set the tea on. So back in just a second. Alright, I'm back. What is this map? This is the world that I'm building using Age of Wonders to build out the different races and peoples. So at the moment we are focusing on the Dwarven realms. So we've built the Desert Dwarves, the Mountain Dwarves, we're finishing off the Plains Dwarves. We've done the Ogres, which are migrating through here, and then also the Settled Ogres who are down here. Now once this is done we can actually play the game. Because I can populate it properly. But what we're trying to do at the moment is come up with a name for this river, so that we can then decide what the city of PD3 is, which is going to be their capital. And then we need to create their ruler, and then we're done. So, river names. I was generating some ideas. Short, strong river names. I think I want these to feel more Turkish. Make them Turkish. Good. Although the Plains Dwarves are probably not Turkish, they'd probably be more like, oh, what's that area called? Iraq. It has a name. The two rivers. What's that region called? Euphrates. Tigris and Euphrates, but that region has a name. Mesopotamia, thank you. Instead of Turkish, let's Mesopotamia. Because I think that's more what these guys are based on. Like Iraqi, Baghdad, that type of thing. These are too short. These are better. Xeraphon. Xeraphates. Civilization River feeling. Caranthines. Nerathun. Abrath. I quite like Xeraphon. But we'll call it Xeraphon instead. The Xeraphon River. Was there a feign? No, was there a fun? Lake-like basins is a better way of describing that. It's talking about these big open spaces that it has. It's not just one straight flowing river, it has interspaced, widened areas for basins. Yeah, it's good. Okay. Based on that, what is the city name? What program did I use to create the map? That is Worldographer. See if I can find you the page. But this one is a old version. Like, I started working on this probably 4 years ago now. Yeah, I've been at Paradox for 3.5, and I started before going to Paradox. So this is probably going on 4.5, maybe even 5 years at this point. Okay, back to this. Zerafaxis? Well, Zerafaxis. Okay, so that was all fine.
Your journey begins.
Their own name is that. These are not Mountain Dwarves, these are the Plains Dwarves. And I need to not press overwrite. This is going to be High Speaker. Then we need a name. Finally, we need the name of the High Speaker, the head of the council, the name, good, include both Dwarven, Ottoman, and Mesopotamian. Sounds Persian, yeah, you're not wrong, it does. Arpyang Delete, hello, welcome to the stream. You are just joining us as we are putting on the finishing touches to one of the Age of Wonders races that we're building at the moment, the Plains Dwarves, so that we can actually start a game proper. Top of the Moradin to you. So we're coming up with a name that's a blend of Dwarven names, Ottoman and Mesopotamian. We've already got Baran, so I don't think so. Orkan sounds too much like an orc. Naram Khazul sounds too much like Nazgul. Durakan Belzar. Karuman instead of Saruman. Beltharum. I do like Beltharum. Arkan Beltharum. That's just taking so many Warhammer names. I think it needs to be something Beltharum. Don't want Barakan, I don't want BB. Duragan. Duragan Beltharum. Quite like that. I actually kind of like Arkan as well, to be honest. Arkan Bellatharum. I'm going to go with Arkan. Spell again. Arkan Beltharum. Beltharum or Bellatharum? Beltharum. Okay, so we're going to create a new copy with this. Oh, we should change the ruler ambition too. So actually, instructor view could be good. I also kind of like imperialist. Oh no, that's for free cities. Maybe not. Steward. You are definitely a steward. So we're creating a copy of this.
Starts here.
And then we need to check the mountain dwarves because one thing I did not do. Oh, we didn't change the icon. Okay, we need to do that. So mountain dwarves, we need to change your ruler ambition to be probably defender. Oops. Yeah, I think defender for you.
Your journey starts
And then
here.
we need to change your list.
What is your people's form? Reveal yourself.
So, the Plains Dwarves. I can imagine them having like fairly stout walled cities which do actually spread out a fair bit. Quite expansive. Kind of like the Winged Helm. The Winged Helm's kind of cool. Dwarven style. Evokes a bit of Winged Hussars though. Yeah, we're going to go with that. And then I think I'm going to make their secondary colour... hard coloured tones. I'm being an idiot. The colour I am trying to make. Hello. He's white. Why can't I get white? Okay, that's fairly grey where it is now. Go with that colour, and then the background is definitely green. Right, and their physique is taller. The dwarves' skin colour is more tanned. And I think that their hair colour is also going to be generally lighter. Guys are also tall for dwarves because you're well fed. You have a lot of dairy in your diet.
journey begins.
And then what was the other thing we needed to do for these guys? Now, I did think it was possible
What is your people's form?
to change.
journey
Here we go.
begins.
Come on, there we go. AI personality. So this is for the Mount Dwarves. I think they're generally somewhat isolationist. And you're going to start with Tome of the Rock. You're then going to go Tome of Enchantment. And after that, I can't really say at the moment, so we're just going to leave you as is.
Your journey starts here.
And we need to do that for you as well.
What is your people's form?
Plant settings. AI personality. So you tend to be a bit more expansionist. You are probably an economic warlord. Yeah. Your AI path, I don't know. We'll leave that as is.
Your journey.
Okay, so I think we are
starts
finally, after merely 2 hours and 20 minutes, we have made our races. So now we can build the world.
destination.
Alright, so. Change the mountain city name of the desert dwarves. Right, yes.
Choose your destination.
Great faction. So we were not in fact done.
Your journey starts here.
Desert dwarves. Edit.
What is your people's form? Your
You
journey
are riding
begins.
camels, not horses, because they've just added those. And it's way more suitable for desert nomads. Oh, beautiful! Oh, that's exactly how I imagine them. Excellent. And what was the other thing? Mountain City.
Your journey
Right.
begins.
It's up again. Do. It's here somewhere. Quite a lot of old generation stuff today. I just need to remember to write it all down in World Anvil. There we go. Jalid Wahatan, that was it.
Your journey starts here.
And ogre paths. Oh yeah, we do the migratory ogres.
What is your people's form?
Militant warlord is definitely not the case. I think probably a persevering diplomat. You're not that hostile. You kind of just want to be left alone to do your own thing. You've already got tomes sorted. I'm kind of okay with those. Yeah, we've fleshed you out a bit more. Although this does mean that you're going to be using the same city names and stuff as the settled ogres, which is actually a bad thing. Beasts. We didn't set your tone.
Choose your first tome of magic.
So your main thing is travel and survival. I could kind of see them being Tome of Discipline, actually. I can also see them being Tome of Beasts, although less so than the settled guys. Is this too aggressive for them, though? Maybe not. Oh, this is one of the new ones too. I haven't actually looked at this before. So, Tome of the Warband. All heroes under your control gain, while army leader, the non-hero unit with the least experience, gains extra experience per warband turn. That's actually quite good. Fighter unit empowers units in battle through their own actions. Friendly units in 1 hex radius heal and gain morale. Target owned city gains draft. Transformed units become stronger and more battle ready, gaining hit points and morale. You know what? Yeah,
What
I'll
is your
accept that.
ruler's origin?
Don't need to do all
Reveal
this.
yourself.
Just gonna go to finalize, except
Your
I can't.
journey
Oh,
begins.
yeah, that's fine. Alright, new game.
Choose your destination.
Great realm. Enough! So, realm settings. Which I think is just going to be land. Although there are oceans. Let's just go with continents. Climate trait. Desert realm. Desert provinces are common. Considering the area that we're actually focusing on is the desert, this kind of makes sense. It also has a lot of highlands and mountains. Let's go with highlands. I wish we could like make it more towards desertiness. There is actually a fair amount of space to play with in this map, so we'll turn this to large. Realm traits. Now, we didn't actually end up doing The thing that we were kind of building this up to do, which was the Cataclysm stuff. I think Curserix was rabbiting what I was saying. It's like, let's get into the game, damn it. I don't think he was actually criticizing. Who are we going to play? Mountain Dwarves, probably. That's a good question, though. Who would you like to see most out of those 5? So, Migrating Ogres, Settled Ogres, Mountain Dwarves, Desert Dwarves, and Plains Dwarves. I think I'm going to do Fractured Infestations just because I want to see what it's like. May not make absolute sense for this setup, but I think it's going to make enough sense. I don't think we're going to have any presents. No World Seals. Explorative Underground is actually going to exist here. Barren and Fractured, the realm bars, scars of magical calamity, handcrafted regions containing sand and astral barrens are common. You know what, we're going to say that this is after the Wizard Lords, so we're going to say that. Ruined nodes. Oh right, these are the things that you then have to rebuild. Which I don't mind. Normal realm trait. Long ago, this realm was home to some experiments of the Unmakers. There are fated regions present on the map which offer quest chains exploring the present and past of the factory. Gain artifacts from completing fated regions which grant control over the cataclysm that ravages this realm. Now, is the cataclysm always present? Or is it only in this? I think it's only with this. Cataclysm can trigger due to the devouring winds. I'd like to see some humans being played, but those aren't a choice. Dwarves are my second. Which one's Kalinas? Desert dwarves, mountain dwarves, or plains dwarves? So many dwarves! Mountains. Okay. I think I'm going to do that one, just because I want to see the new stuff. And Ruin Nodes. We're going to go all in on that feeling. Wondrous Past, no. Don't think we really have hostility. We don't have any of that. Low population because it's the desert? Yes. All empires, even those with underground adaptation, start on the surface. Yes. Oh, you could do multiple of these. Oh, this just means that it's... high chance of happening. I'm going to look this up, see if I can find something about the Age of Wonders 4. Do all games start with Cataclysm? Can occur in realms of the Devouring Winds trait. How do I get the Devouring Winds trait? Realm traits. Because the only reference I've seen to it so far is the echoes of the fracturing. If I just set that to none for a second. Yeah, okay, so it is Echoes of the Fracturing Realm. That's what I thought it was. Forces a cataclysm event through once enough magic has been used in the realm. So we have that plus fractured infestations, which means we're going to have even more of these. I think I'm going to remove this so that we don't double down on it too much. And this is going to be desert and dwarves. Cancel advanced settings, because here I can set who is actually playing. Here we go. Okay, so activated through the Echoes of the Fracturing Realm trait. Okay. So who are we going to play as?
Your journey starts here.
We have the Plains Dwarves. I did see, I think it was one vote for the mountains, one vote for the Nomad Ogres. Right, we can do this as a poll. Like, I have that power! So let's pollify this. Where's my Twitch stuff? Also, stop showing that background thing. Let's just do that. And this, and manage poll, new poll, which, so we have Desert Dwarves, Migratory ogres, settled ogres, mountain dwarves, plains dwarves. Make this a 2-minute vote to get your votes in. Vote, vote, vote. And if you are currently on the uptubs, you can join us on Twitch. Add that link there for the trait information. How long are we streaming for? Probably till 10, so another hour and a half. I was planning to start an hour earlier and ended up starting 20 minutes early instead. So may as well just go through to 10. So get your votes in. Vote, vote, vote. Vote, vote, vote. Desert dwarves, migratory ogres, settled ogres, mountain dwarves, or plains dwarves. Desert dwarves and migratory ogres are both using the new nomad system. We just built the mountain dwarves, plains dwarves, and migratory ogres. Those are new. We have previously done desert dwarves and settled ogres. Get your votes in. Vote, vote, vote. Get your votes in. Excuse me. Okay, so the votes are in. And in last place with 0 points, we have the Settled Ogres. In fourth place with a not particularly respectable 1%, we have the Plains Dwarves. In third place, we have the Desert Dwarves with 10. And then this was a clash of titans separated by just 1 vote between them. The Migratory Ogres and the Mountain Dwarves. And it was ultimately the Migratory Ogres who lost out to the Desert Dwarves. So we're going to go Desert Dwarf. A lot of channel points was spent in this. And in fact, how did they win? They got the same number of votes. It hasn't counted someone's vote. Migratory Ogres, 39 votes, 6 voters and 34,000 channel points. 1,000 channel vote points equals 1 vote. Therefore 6 plus 34 does not equal 39, it equals 40. Because the Mountain Dwarves, 7 votes and 33,000 channel points equals 40. It does. But I am going to go with the Mountain Dwarves. It is the one that interests me, personally, slightly more. So I'm going to be the casting vote here. So this was for what? The human, that's me, hi, is going to be Mountain Dwarves.
Starts here.
Then we're going to have Plains Dwarves.
We're
going to have
starts here.
Ogre Kingdoms. We're going to have
starts here.
Desert Dwarves. And we're going to have the Migratory
starts
Ogres.
here.
And I think what I might do is this is during the migratory wave, so I'm going to make them hard. I'm kind of tempted to make the Plains Dwarves on hard as well. Just so that they're encouraged to expand a bit more. The others should be smaller compared to those guys. Jeff voted. They do look similar. That's true. Yes, because the hairstyles are the same. I'm not going to change that now, though. Alright. Enough. Yes, I would like to save this custom realm. Let's get this world built. Actually get into the game. 2.5 hours. We spent an hour and a half earlier making characters for Solasta. We spent 2.5 hours. We've spent a full stream in terms of time. 4 hours just making characters today. A good time to end the stream. I am not that much of a troll. Okay, Mountain Dwarves. We are up in the Highlands. It is looking a little bit chilly. A new ruler emerges. Explore your surroundings, expand your domain. Prepare to face your rivals and become a master of the realm. Your choices will shape a new age of wonders. Rock Blast, which is a spell. Or Bolstering Chant, which is a heal. I do like heals. Oh, we started first. Right. Echoes of the Fracturing, the Devouring Winds. The winds roar with hunger. This realm is being affected by devouring winds. The breeze siphons and redirects magic from everything it passes through. Should a great surge of magic flood it, the winds would break havoc, bringing dire consequences to spellcasters and landscape of the realm. I really need to blow my nose. I'll be back in just a second. Feels like the sinus infection I got a couple of weeks ago is coming back. It's annoying. Casting world map spells will build up Cataclysm, perhaps. There are other ways to mitigate this crisis. Let's investigate. Echoes of the Fracturing, the fated regions. Both wind and wanderers whisper the same tales, legends of a world-shattering calamity long past. These tales speak of places where devouring energies converge, lands that existed long before the Fracturing. To the nomadic tribes of the deserts and the dwarves region, they are forbidden territory, perilous places full of secrets best left undiscovered. Each fable tells of an artifact of immense power and arrogance, and of a legend claiming that whoever unites the three shall be able to heal the world, or rule it. Whether you seek the origin of power of the fractures, you will find what you covet in the fated regions. Venture into the deserts and dwarves region. Alright, meanwhile, in Terracron, we have got a Steel Shaper, Steel Blast, Strength from Steel, grant Defense, an Anvil Guard, who can taunt, and an Arbalest, who can shoot. And also shoots harder. And then we also have a Sabertooth mounted Pioneer. Prestigious statue, the opulent sculpture from exotic materials ready to adorn a ruler's residence, inspire legends. I like how the dwarves are so important they have a whole region named after them. Well, it is a region that they absolutely dominate, so yeah. I think I'm going to go over there. Oh, that is in fact protected. Because of course it is. Prospect Province. Prospect this province yields production gold or a hero item. Oh. This unit can prospect cliff, mountains, and stalagmite provinces. This rewards production gold or hero. Interesting. They've changed how this stuff works. 43 resources. Okay. Well, we definitely want to build some more of those scout units. So let's queue up 2 pioneers. And probably also a workers' farmstead to get some food. Although, what resources do we have? Okay, we do actually have a food area up there. So I think what I'll probably do is just double down on trying to grow the city a bit. And then we have the main army. Combat strength of 310, you have 255. There is a level 3 Accursed Blade with 110 hit points right there. We are a defender, so we should be pretty good at tanking. I have 4 defense. It has 5. Skeleton Archer and then Magma Spirit. Ranged Battle Mage, Spear. And then there's an infestation already over there. But I do like to get into some fights, so let's do that first. Oh, and the Pioneer joins as well, because you were in the radius. Cool! Extra troops are useful. Accursed Blade's kind of big. And you're not going to weaken by people dying, because you are a singular character. Alright, protecting that choke point's not really viable because these two are ranged. So I think instead what I will do is move to here. How far is he torn? 3 spaces. Command! Command, a target-friendly non-hero unit regains action points. Cooldown 2 turns. Then we have Strength from Steel. Target unit loses all stacks of bolster defense, bolster resistance, and heals. Okay, that's kind of nice. And we also have Grant Defense. Grants 2 bolstered defense, cooldown 2. How long does that last? I don't think it ever runs out. There's basically no reason not to use this. And then we have a unit of crossbow, so we have Overdraw Crossbow, deals damage, cancels defense, and removes retaliation. And then regular shot. Range 4, range 5. I think what I'm going to do is put you behind them. And you down to here. Push you there. Face that way. You face that way. Put you here. seem to have the audio bug where we can't hear the units. Just going to do a save and reload. Boss defense lasts 3 turns. You see it in the pop-up when you use the ability on a unit. Okay. Then we have Rock Blast, which is a damage. This also removes defense and retaliation. So what we could do is Rock Blast him, then attack him with these two. We can also overcharge or overdraw the crossbow. That's probably a better, because that does the same thing. And then we can save our magic for heals. Still using sound effects. You may as well just shoot him. Okay, this is very annoying. So you attack him twice. And you drop that on him. Which gives them their 3 actions again, which they can then use to attack you 3 times. Oh, I totally forgot about those guys. Oops. And that actually ended your turn. Huh. Would it have been better for you to just hit them? 12 damage. First, yeah, you should have just hit them. Come around the side here. Hopefully he doesn't try to run away and just shoot him. Right in the face. Okay, so he's down to half health already, which I would say is pretty good going. Onwards! Ooh, cheeky sucks. We're going after the boss man because he's mounted. Kind of makes sense. He's going to take a bunch of damage next turn. %80 chance of hitting. Worth it. Beautiful. So you can then straight up kill him. There we go. And then you can drop the strength from steel on him, which heals you 16. You can then get in behind the archers and just start hitting. You... what's this? Obscuring. Perfect. Gives you some ranged resistance. Classic. Rocks full, everyone dies? Not sure it's going to be needed. What I might do is drop a heal on you, just to make sure that we don't have healing problems. Boop. Everyone dies. %25 chance of hitting. raised.
Raiding party!
Those guys keep trying to run away. Mastani coming in with a raid. Hello. Keep on shooting. And you get in behind them to stop them running away again. There's basically no reason for you not to rush forwards because you use all of your shot power as it is. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm basically going to run you up to here with a 50% hit chance, which you then hit. Beautiful! Okay, decent victory. Bossman took some damage, but this was actually quite a strong army with a tier 3 fighting against us. And we got 91 Imperium, which is actually really good, because it will mean that we can get our next city that much faster. Speaking of which, though, we are definitely going to be wanting to look around for city locations sooner rather than later. We also need to set up our arcane research so we can get obsidian weapons, which is a unit enchantment that will give melee and physical ranged units extra damage and a bleed chance. Earthkin, which will give us defense, mountain camouflage, and mountain walk. Or the Gargoyle, flying shock unit that can harden itself to soften enemy attacks. I think I like the idea of Earthkin. Although the obsidian weapons is significantly cheaper, so let's go for that one first, so we can just do more damage. Something, something. Squirrel to here. I lost the raid message. Anyway, how are you doing, Mastani? Hope you had a good stream. What were you playing? We are currently doing Age of Wonders. As you can see, this is literally turn 1. I just spent 2.5 hours building 5 new, well, not new, but new and updated races for this game. We're currently playing as the Mountain Dwarves from my Promescence campaign setting. We also have on this map the Desert Dwarves, the Plains Dwarves, the Migratory Ogres, and the Settled Ogres. So it's basically 2 factions spread over 5 different sub-factions. But they should all play quite differently. They're not just copy-pastes. Alright, so the Scoot can continue scooting a boot, and also prospecting. Now, does the prospect end your turn? He is. Okay, good to know. There is probably a bad guy over here. There is. You are a 240 tier 2 Plague Serpent. And with the damage we took, we are currently at 215, so I kind of wish we stopped in Terracron so that we could recover some health. That was a little bit of a mistake on my part. Doing E5 stayed on patch 1.0.11 for your campaign going Conquest Europe to form Europa. Nice. Yeah, I still need to try the 1.1 update. We're now at 229, which is still weaker than you. I think you want to continue roaming around. And you just finished building the garden building. We could get the Grand Mill, which provides production and also food income. I do like the sound of that. 15 production versus 10, but this also comes with 20 food income, which means we can grow the city faster. That sounds like a good plan to me. Let's move you here so you can rest up. You'll be mostly rested at the end of this turn. And the ruler can level up. Nice. So, Defender, we could get you Torn as well. Coordinated command. Target friendly non-hero unit regains action points. This effect jumps to 1 additional target within 3 hexes, so it's basically refreshing 2 people. Or This doesn't cost anything. That is really strong. Regenerating more hit points per turn is also really nice. Although you being a guardian, I suspect you're going to be one of the ones who just takes a lot of damage repeatedly. When entering defense mode, this unit and all adjacent allies receive +2 defense until the start of the next turn. That's in addition to defense mode, which is already going to give +2, so it's +4 defense for you. And yeah, your allies get +2. But I really like the idea of decisive command. It just gives 3 turns, which sounds rather solid. And you're waiting there for the end of this turn, so we'll go ahead and end. Playing as France and on the run, reach the point of declaring coalition with a follow-through on threat CB, ignoring the antagonism, grab as much as I can from every participant as I split piece them, fix the economy so the new land doesn't cost me money, rinse and repeat with the occasional local rebellion. The amount of land that I take, the coalition is guaranteed to reform. Sounds like a warfare-filled game. So I think what we do is we end up here. There is actually some flotsam there that we could loot. But I think what I want to do is prospect the province. Ooh, we got a crown! I'll be wearing that. Oh, actually. I think my helmet's better. Yeah, it is. But hey, free stuff. I like free stuff. It really feels like I'm missing some sound effects. You can go herring off in this direction. I guess there's a whole bunch of things still to prospect. That is a large-ass zone. I can absolutely prospect that. So we're getting quite a lot of construction, which is part of the reason I think that Tarragon is building really fast. Also, the music has stopped. You're now at 291 combat strength, so I think you are now strong enough to go after this guy. Let's go. Because I'm not getting any of the unit impact sounds and like spells and things like that. Like these should be making noises so they're moving. Music is back. Instead of just the click sound, they should be making like selection sounds. I could have sworn. Alright, so what do these things do? Fleeting. Units not stopped by zone control. Cheap. Can use magic and support abilities while in melee. Does not trigger opportunity attacks. You hit pretty hard. You're a fighter unit, so you hit for every action point that you have, with a chance of diseasing. If someone is diseased, then they are weakened and poisoned. If they're poisoned, then they suffer blight damage. So I really don't want to let you hit me very much. I'm going to restart the game. This is weird. Second time today I've had to restart this. What's going on? Play. Loading, loading, loading. Loading, loading, loading. Loading, 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 loading. This seems to be taking a while. I'm not sure. Oh, there we go. Alright, moment of truth. There we go.
Oi.
Who was the... Oi. That was missing. See, I knew there was something missing. I knew there was something wrong. Alright, so these things can slither up there, so I want to be just outside of their range. Ultimately, so let's go to here. Let's put you here. I kind of want these guys behind, like so. Okay, so they ignore zone of control, so you may actually try to flank me here, and in fact I strongly suspect that that is precisely what you want to try to do. So I think what I need to do is start shooting. 22 damage from you. You can grant defense to the boss man and then start blasting. The problem with me attacking them is that they will then get the full 3 attacks against me, although this is a new icon. I've not seen that before. What class is this? Magic fighter unit. A melee attacker that uses magic attacks to target enemies with low resistance. Magic fighters have melee mage. Can use magic and support abilities while engaged in melee. Okay. Magic strike is still the 3-time strike thing, it's not just a one and done. So yeah, the more that I force them to move, the better. So I think what I probably want to do is say, hey, shoot them again, because you're probably going to get attacked next turn.
Yeah.
Rocks fall, everyone dies? Yeah. And then there were 2. Also,
Yeah.
you can't. It's fine. Alright, come at me, bros. You are indeed trying to flank me. Saw that coming. Thankfully, these are dwarves, and they are quite tough. So first of all, rocks fall, everyone dies. Have a backfiring spell grant a positive effect. Oh, that was one of the new things. Right, because of the Cataclysm we have a chance of backfiring. Spells have a chance of backfiring, and a spell can backfire. The chance is displayed in the casting menu. Upon casting the spell, you'll be informed if the spell backfired or not. When a spell does not backfire, the spell is resolved as normal and nothing else happens. When a spell backfires, its original effects are still resolved, but additional effects are added to the spell. These additional effects are random, and usually affect the target to the original spell. For example, if a healing spell backfires, it could have an additional effect teleporting the unit that was healed up to 3 hexes away from its location. So what did you just have happen? Fire vulnerability? No, you had that already. I don't know what that did. Is there a combat log? Yes. But it doesn't actually say what that effect was. Okay. Well, now you no longer can shoot me or hit me as I withdraw. So I see no real reason not to go here and then shoot you in the face. And I see no real reason for you not to shoot them in the face. And I see no reason for you not to go and finish them off. Which then means that you can go ham on those guys. You also attack 3 times in the same way as the fighter does. Now you ignore attacks of opportunity, but you're just going to attack me again. Your morale is low, my morale is fine because we are cheerful. Right, you, big hit. Ooh, 60% chance of hitting. Yeah, graze. We can do strength from steel to heal you, though it doesn't heal you very much. So how about we just shoot him instead? And have you come around behind and biff him in the back with a flank. Bang! Just like that.
Yeah.
Okay, we have another pioneer in 2 turns. So we have 1 pioneer going that way, 1 going that way. We probably want 1 there, 1 there. So we most likely will want 1 more pioneer after this. And then we'll probably start in the other troop types. Empire Development skill. Yes, we generate a lot of materium. So this will make getting outposts cheaper and founding and upgrading outposts will take less time. Seems reasonable to me. We can annex a position. We want to grab this one because there is a pasture there. So we want that extra growth. And here's the Cataclysm meter. Devouring Winds makes casting world map spells dangerous, eventually culminating in a Cataclysm. Casting a world map spell adds its world map casting points cost to the Cataclysm meter. When the Cataclysm meter is filled to 50% or more, provinces become marked with an extra Cataclysm. When the Cataclysm meter reaches the maximum, a Cataclysm is triggered. The higher the level of the Cataclysm meter, the more provinces will be marked and struck during a Cataclysm. Cataclysm meter decreases by 10 per turn. For every level of the Cataclysm meter, all spells have a 10% chance of backfiring. Oh, so the higher the Cataclysm, the more backfires. We really should, one day, do a Djinn, Giant, and Dragon game. With Cataclysm added quite high, and then have really, really magical Djinn and dragons in particular. Okay, so you are a prospector. I think I want you to go here. Let's see what that is. 255, 226. They're both relatively weak. So I think what we do is we stay here. We heal up for a turn. And then we head down there. Oh, Bulwark, you're actually another city. Free city. Let's send you a Whispering Stone. Because you are also mountain dwarves. Nice. You are going to be crossing a bunch of mountains here. There is a lot of prospecting available. Let's go! Ooh, rune leggings. Gain resistance. You do not have legs. So we will go ahead and take that. Obsidian weapons are done, so I think we want to go ahead and use this. Enchanted Crow Companion. We definitely want that for the vision range for our scouts. And we want to start doing obsidian weapons. Which will be done in next turn. Meeting Curious Bulwark. Grand Master Freya Osmark of the Free City of Bulwark greets you with some curiosity. Legendary Bark and Thuldar. It's rare for Bulwark to meet an ascended champion like you. Nevertheless, we ask that you respect the territory and independence of Bulwark. Give Freya Osmark one of your Whispering Stones to start negotiations with Bulwark and gradually improve their allegiance. Thank you. That is all. What's going on there? Oh, is this repairing one of the damaged nodes? It might be. It might well be. And you are going to go to there. And to there, because I want you to stay in this area. Prospect. Ring of Opportunity. Deal extra damage and opportunity attacks. That is actually really good for us. We like opportunity attacks. And then you... I think we'll continue on around this way. Travelling through your territory doesn't really work. So what is this 7 turns? Province improvements being upgraded to the Circle of Zealotry. Ah, okay. There's an infestation right next door. You guys are meanwhile healed enough that you can come over here and start fighting these bad guys. We have another scout. Send you up this way. Which is a nice prospecting spot again. There's money in those hills. And in them there are hills. Were there any other locations? Yes, we have a gold mine there and an iron deposit there. So I think we'll probably go for the iron first of all. With a quarry. And we are probably going to need a tavern before too long. So I think what we'll probably do is stonemason and then upgrade the city. We can add the obsidian weapons right now. Oh, there's a chance of this backfiring. Interesting. Very interesting. That is another infestation. That is a big old bird. Kinda scary. Meanwhile, this army, this weaker army was this one. And I would definitely like to get the experience for fighting them. So let's do that. Bedraggled guards. As you approach the mana nodes, the bedraggled guards from Bulwark look up tiredly. Oh, these are actually from Bulwark? Are you interested in this mana node, High King? The Steel Shaper asked. Guildmaster Freya Ostmark demands it be patrolled, but we lack the resources to defend ourselves properly. We lost many good mountain dwarves to monsters already. He says it's our duty to follow orders. But why follow the orders of a guildmaster that abandoned us? We've been abandoned by our guildmaster who would happily work for anyone but him. I can spend 250 gold, which I can afford. Again, the Steel Shaper and the mana node is cleared. I'll take another Steel Shaper, sure. Don't actually know how much they usually cost, because they're actually a tier 2. Okay, they cost 100. So it was basically cost me 150 to clear that node. Not cheap. But we'll go and prepare to fight that guy next time. We could go underground. Although I kind of like the idea of just going over here. Prospecting. Terracon got the mill, it's now doing the stonemason. And we leveled up again. So this time I think what I will do is take the regeneration to be able to get into battles faster, to keep gaining experience and resources. The towering Brewer Ogre gibbers in terror at the armor's approach. He hunkers down, hiding his features behind gigantic fingers. Seeing the leader submit, the rest of the tribe follows suit. The area soon filled with the sounds of mournful howls and deep-throated cries for mercy. Alright, be gone. Next up, I guess... Come down here. Oh yeah, we can get the draft points as well, which immediately gives us another scoot, and I think we'll have you scooting a boot over here. Next turn we get the upgraded crows for the extra vision. Marvellous. What I might have you do is actually go underground. How strong are they? 250. So we'll fight that. Temple of the Good here. That's a silver level base. Lots of areas that can be dug out. It's just a ruin node. That's a watchtower. We want to get to there if we can. You can go to here. Prospect. This prospecting power is really quite strong. Terracron can expand to another province, and I think we're probably going to want the gold mine. For that extra gold income. So that was all of the resources that were immediately around us. I know there is another one, Blossom Orchard. Which does have an enemy army there, so we're going to need to fight them. Bulwark is expanding in that direction. So we probably want to put another city down here. And maybe a city up here. We're going to be fairly cramped up. Also, Cataclysm meter is up to 340 already. So it does rise pretty quickly. New Empire development skill available. So we can get basic seafaring, which will allow us to sail. We are on an island. This is probably useful. City structures cost 20% less gold to build. This will save us so much money going forward. So I think we'll get that. And this is only 100 Imperium. We need that to explore some more. So that works for me. Alignments change. We are now good. Provinces that will be struck by the next cataclysm have become hidden. Oh, because it hit half and then went below half. So they were never actually revealed to us. Lovely. We're producing another unit. I think what I want is another anvil guard, just to keep our front line solid. And because of a crude draft, we build you pretty quickly from the prospecting. Name Day celebration. You receive a official invitation from the friendly guildmaster of Bulwark. The great High King Barkin Thuldar, we of Bulwark hereby humbly invite you to join the Name Day celebration of the guildmaster for Ostmark. We'd be honoured if you would attend, and we look forward to your gift. Of course you do. So 157 gold, which sways you quite heavily. I don't think I need to sway you that much, so I think a small trinket for 100 would be fine. I don't think we have any other competition around here. That is a ruined mana node. Oh, I see, and restores with that. That is quite expensive. Oh, and that's a station. Another helmet. We already have one of them. We even have it equipped. Ashlands. $32 ducats. So this is the army. We've cleared all of that stuff. I think next up we'll go up here to clear that guy out. And we have another anvil guard to join us as well. So we are now at full strength with this army. 509 combat power. I think what I will do is get another arbalest. Enchanted Crow Companions, meanwhile, already. So next I think I want the Wayfinder enchantment. When enchanted units rout in combat, they never die. They return 2 turns sooner. So this used to turn them into very fast, but now they just don't die instead. Okay, that's kind of nice. Province that will be struck by a cataclysm have now been made visible. Marked for cataclysm. Okay, so it's any of these areas that are marked in blue. So we have one, which we'll want to clear out as soon as possible. We also really need to get this next city up and running as soon as possible, for which we'll need our hero. Oh, there's a city ruin here. kind of hoping I'd be able to see what you were. Another helmet. Small army, 265 only. So there are a couple of ruined sea-bound places. I think the next best place is going to be down here, though. Although Bulwark might well try to expand into those. So then I guess the question is, do I want to head south and build a city down here? We'll have iron nearby. Blossom Orchard nearby. We just need to clear it out, but that's doable. Then yes, I think what we will do is head south now. And you can go here. Prospect. Leather armor. +1 defense. We don't have armor already, so we'll take that. So we're up to 5 defense now. Nice. And you need to go here, next to the diggable ground. How do I dig? Or is it one of these? Ah, it's one of these. Excavation. Next turn, we can do that. So you just stay there for a turn. We can also start preparing Enchanted Crow, which we'll get next turn, which I definitely think we want to do. And we have a Pact of Cooperation. We now get 2 trade resources, which are now available for trade. And we can also get the magic material for trade if we want to. Cool. Alright, first things first. Don't fail me now. Okay, so we got the Enchanted Crow. 2 turns, then we get the Wayfarer, then we need to research that as well, which will cost mana and the like. Alright, so there's a bunch of things that can be cleared out on this side. Rune leggings again, we'll just go ahead and take those. So this island is actually a bit bigger than I expected it to be, initially. This is the boss. So let's get into a fight. So they have a tier 3 Radiant Guardian, who is Draconic, a Zealot, and an Entwined Thrall. So Skirmisher, Magic Melee, Guardian. Well, alright, alright, alright. We're gonna have to go uphill to get to them. It's like a turtle creature. That is actually a turtle with a very, very fancy shell. Okay, that is a super cool model. Nice. Radiant Transposition. Swap position with friendly units and enter defense mode. Enemies adjacent to the unit sustain damage, have a base 60% of becoming pacified. Defense mode is Shield Wall, has Grace. When the unit is damaged, heal for 10 temporary hit points, remove 1 stack of Grace. Stacks up to 3 times. No control, demolish or draconic range, inner grace. At the start of the turn, the unit gains grace if it doesn't already have it. Grants double the morale bonus to itself and its allies when killing an enemy, and it has shield defense against non-flanking, despite the shield being on his back. It does also hit quite hard. 105 hit points. 9 defense! 9! But only 4 magic resist, so it's going to be you doing the damage to him. They can reach me, but whether they actually decide to or not is another question.
Uh-huh.
Okay, my turn. You also have Mending Touch. Why don't you? Stars are a different colour. Oh, you're... No, you're both still shapers. Staves of Mending unit has Faithful and Mending Touch. Interesting. So you were the unit that I got from... Bulwark. Alright, well, first things first, let's cancel his defense. Because yes, I can do that. Second of all, let's start pelting you with magical damage. If I go there and attack them, these are going to be able to flank me. Should have used this first. It's a mistake. Unfortunately, once your turn is done, you can't then use these abilities, which is really annoying. Because I'd like to use that one early so we can start recharging. If it's a free use ability, I think you should be able to use it whenever. Because I'd love to have cast it on them. So they are flanked, so they have significantly less defense against you. The problem is, you are then going to get attacked. Right, I could have used Taunt against the snakes last battle to stop them skirting around me. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to move up to here and then defense stance, because this makes you immune to shield to flanking. This will also give your adjacent guy some extra resistance. That's what I should have done, is taunted and then done that.
Yeah?
Because I'd quite like the crossbows to be able to get the big shot off against him.
Uh-huh.
You hit them in the back. That's a very nice flank. You go ahead and drop... Oh, mini touch, a single target. Adjacent rather. You go ahead and finish him off. Which which frees you up to come in behind there. And now I don't need to cancel his defense. You are going to get an attack of opportunity against you. Which I can cancel with rocks fall and everyone dies. Which allows you to back off. Shoot them. Now you can probably finish him. You can. Now I've once again forgotten to use the targeted ability. Well, let's make use of it now. I like that move. Do it again! Nice. Definitely took a bit more damage there than we needed to, but not terrible. A polar bear mount. Ooh, okay. Now we're cooking. And then we were talking about colonizing down here. Yes, I think that is what I'm going to do. I'm going to try and establish a settlement right there. Or an outpost, I should say. Right. Let's get digging. Unlocks the ability for units to excavate earth and terrain and underground. We also have access to this. Mines grant extra mana. I think I only have one mine so far. So now I should be able to click on you. Nope. Ah, there it is. Is very weak, but it's sailing. You are a little bit stronger with your elephant mount. We'll have Tarakon, we'll have Bulwark, we'll have another city here. And probably one down here. That's me thinking at the moment anyway. Let's have you go underground. Ah, this is the underground. And you kind of might as well go and take a look down here in particular. We got the stonemason done, so now we're going to start working on the bulwark, which we'll actually get in a turn. We also get the new arbalest in a turn, which is nice. Tarakron can get another province. So the Blossom Orchard is production and food. And there is actually another pasture there, so I think this is going to be food and food. We need to deal with that occupation. Heroes! So we can get Ulfrid Ostmark. Prospecting general, prospecting governor who is also a prospector. Govern city has an income, gold income of over 200. Mines grant more gold, stability, gold. We can go for bulwark, fjord. Specialist, special province improvements cost less. Grant stability, knowledge and mana. And you're a steward. You want to have a city of at least 16 population. Torma the Arrow. No, Elementalist and Battle Saint. You're a ranger. Scholarly Governor. Extra research. Dominator. You want to have a level 4 unit. You have to recruit or raise after combat. Which doesn't really work for us. We don't do any of those things. A ritualist, fortifying. Defensive structures are cheaper. Reduce stability, reduce draft. No income penalties from being besieged or being pillaged. That's kind of nice. Win a combat against an army with 500 more power. Win battles against armies with more power. And then the Battle Master. Agricultural, you grow faster, and then Instructor. Lead a full army of legendaries. And every time you level up a hero, a unit, you gain renown. So you would be the easiest to level up, Spellblade. Honestly, the Elementalist also sounds kind of good. The Prospector and the Prospecting, I think, work quite well together. The question is whether we have anywhere that can actually produce large amounts of gold. Okay, pearls can. So maybe if we took out this city, I just like the idea of we're mountain dwarves. Prospecting is kind of in our blood. So it makes sense that we have a prospecting hero. Cost 250. Blast evocation, discipline of flames. So we're going into the magic. So we're already going in for the wizards. The Archmages. But yeah, we'll grab you. Empire development skills available, which we already looked at. And you can indeed move this turn. We have an Arbalest coming out next turn. But I think I'm going to have you moving down here. In fact, we do have a bunch of other items that we can give you. So let's give you helmet, rune leggings, and that'll do. Then what you can do is move down to here, which I think puts you in range of joining this battle. Yes, it does. Another one that just wants to leave. Apparently we're so overwhelmingly strong right now or something, I don't know. So we can demand some mana. Allow them to go for alignment, or we can just attack them. No, I think I'm going to demand a portion of their mana. Because we're actually in the negative right now. Cloud in a bottle always hits, and a 3-hex cone pushes back all units 1 hex and inflicts wet. Which then means that lightning, I think, is more effective. So what I think I'll do is open the hero screen, give this to you. Right, we need to come up with a name for this hero as well. Let's do that real quick. Okay. Where are those details? There they are. We need a name for a mountain dwarf elementalist aligned particularly with fire. This person most likely is able to tap into the power of volcanoes. And just so you can see what I'm looking at right now. Slow. Heavy and ancient, Mount Dwarf tone, tied to fire, magma, deep earth. I think one thing I will say is... Oh no, it's more the plains dwarves that are heavily tied to... one thing. Mountain dwarf names should generally be influenced by Dwarven, Ottoman, and potentially like Georgian Armenian. Especially the first two. Plains dwarves are dwarf, Ottoman, and Mesopotamian. Desert dwarves are dwarven with strong Arabic naming influences. There we go. Here's better. Duragan Varaduni. We already have a Barkan. We already have an Arkan. I like Duragan Varduni. That sounds cool, actually. This is female, so maybe instead of Duragan we'll go like Durana. Barduni. Durana Varduni is a renowned mountain dwarf elementalist known for a mastery over the forces of fire and the deep earth. Her abilities are said to draw directly from the volcanic heart of the mountains surrounding Tarakron, the capital of the mountain dwarves. Unlike smiths and miners who merely work the stone and the metals of the mountains, Durana is among the red dwarves, capable of communing with the living fire beneath the earth itself. Well, that's kind of nice. Her ancient elemental practices preserved amongst the mountain dwarves, she is able to channel the heat of magma and the fury of volcanic flame. Her reputation spread after she demonstrated the ability to harness the deep volcanic currents beneath Tarakron, drawing controlled fire from the mountain's depths. Among the mountain dwarves, such power is both revered and feared. It touches the same primal forces that shaped the capital and the hidden valley revealed by the Tarask's passage. Durrani Varduni is therefore regarded not only as a mage, but one who stands between the dwarves and the elemental forces of the mountains. I like it. Yes. Please give her a title. Hello, Jack. Durgan, Vergan, Turgan, nice variety in the answers. Yeah, I know. This is why I try to give it a bit more guidance. Flame of Tarakron, Voice of the Mountain Fire, Keeper of the Deep Flame, Warden of the Living Flame. I like the idea that they basically have a way of interacting with Living Flame. I think that's kind of cool. Magma Heart, Embassier, Flame Caller, Guardian, Bearer. Ash Mother is also quite good. Fire Mother or Flame Mother or something. Flame Speaker of the Living Snow. Speaker for the Living Flame. Speaker for the Living Fire. There you go. Or the Living Flame. Living Fire, Living Flame. I think I prefer Living Flame. Alright, good. That character is ready. So, next up we have got... iron. Right, because we're excavating on the ground. We have a bunch of people doing this. Knowledge stash. And then also some bad guys. So we will at some point need to come down here and remove them. Let's have you digging that bit. Let's have you grab the knowledge, move up to here, get digging. Meanwhile, above ground, Tarakron. We're not building anything. We definitely should be building something. Right, because we just upgraded our city level. People are kind of pissed, so let's build them a tavern. Wouldn't be dwarves if they weren't angry about not having beer. And you have finished all of the prospecting in these mountains. That's good. So I'd say let's just have you heading southwards and see what's down here. Tarragon. So actually Tarakron is the dwarven capital in my world, which I will bring up, which is here. So there are 3 different brands of dwarves living in this region. We have the desert dwarves, the mountain dwarves, and the plains dwarves. The mountain dwarves were settled mostly in this area when the Tarask that lived beneath their territories woke up, dug its way up, and cut straight through their territories on its way to the east for reasons. In so doing, it created what was called the World Wound Tunnel, which basically carved an exit through these mountains. So then the dwarves were able to penetrate beyond these mountains and head down here to the more fertile territories. And while it's not marked on this map, it is marked on this one, which is actually the most recent. And this has now become the main dwarven capital region. And the mountain from which the Tarask actually came out and was basically its nest now serves as the dwarven capital. It is the only dwarven city that is actually subterranean. The others just are built up in the mountains. And it's known as the Tarask Crown, or Tarakron. So the Tarask kind of came up here, went through here, cut its way through the mountains, through all of the dwarves, and then went out into sea somewhere. And has not been seen by the peoples of these regions for a while. City tastes of licorice. And then I also really like the desert dwarves. So the desert dwarven city of... oh, what do we call it? Why can I never remember the name? Jahal Watatan, or something like that. It's built next to this glacier. There is a random glacier in the middle of the desert. And that is basically melting, providing an oasis in the middle of the desert. So the desert dwarves basically migrated through the desert, found this location and established their main city. This is now one of the biggest trading hubs of the area because it basically allows east-west trade, where previously this desert was pretty much impassable. It now no longer is. But beneath that glacier is a white dragon, an ancient white dragon that's hibernating. And basically formed the glacier around itself. So one day it might wake up. It hasn't done for millennia. But yeah, that's there. I quite like that little tidbit as to why there is a glacier in the middle of the desert. And yeah, the dwarves built a city around it because water turns out kind of valuable. But then basically what I'm doing is I use Age of Wonders to flesh out all of the different races and cities and what they're all about. So we have now actually done Mountain Dwarves, Plains Dwarves, Desert Dwarves, and I'm currently playing against, in this game, Desert Dwarves, Mountain Dwarves, which I am, Plains Dwarves, Migratory Ogres, and the Settled Ogres. And in fact, if I use this map, we can see that the Ogres used to live up here. They were enslaved by the Minotaurs and the Elves, which is these guys and these guys. They managed to free themselves, or get freed, fled south through the desert, got help from the Desert Dwarves to pass through the desert, and are now settled here. So the Migratory Ogres are the ones that were still passing through, and then the Settled Ogres are in this region. The Southern Humans, the so-called Nevertine Empire, are here. We've got the North Humans. A lot of this is very broad, so I haven't settled on proper names for everything yet. I want to do that once I kind of start zooming into certain areas. I'm just building the history up to that point to see what like different ruins, things like that are. So we have the Northern Humans of this region. We have, and they will soon become the Western Humans. The true Northern Humans are here in the south tip of this continent, which is just south of the Feywild. They have been infected by lycanthropy, so there's a lot of werewolves in this region. We have the Drow Empire, which is currently under siege by the Goblin hordes. They've just arrived from the Orcish continent, which is off over here somewhere. And they've just swept across. Basically, Alexander the Great was a goblin. Conquered this entire northern area. He then died, and now we have the successor kingdoms, just like the collapse of Alexander the Great's kingdom. So we've got the Krickazord, the Quothbiff, the Ganks, the Slink and Clinks. These are all the successors. The Feywild... this is one part of the world I'm really proud of. So the Feywild is an area that is infested by rabid growth magic. So things grow very fast, very tall, and very large. To the extent where they physically cut out access to the sun. So the stuff under the canopy is basically dark, wet, horrible, fungus infested. And that is the Underdark in this world. So the Underdark isn't subterranean, it's just the thing that's under the Feywild. So we have the Feywild, which is this entire region, like the heavily forested area. And then the Drow basically live underneath the Feywild. And then the Wood Elves are up in the canopies, basically. Then we have various giants in the north. They're dying out slowly but surely. We have the Boat Humans. They're kind of like the Boat Peoples in the Bronze Age. This is still like 260 BC. Still quite early. Want to get this to like 1400s AD equivalency. But anyway, the Boat Humans have been spreading out and basically establishing human colonies all over the place. The Elves were entirely conquered by the Minotaurs. The Minotaurs were like the big bad of the Bronze Age. They are very much in decline at the moment, having been absolutely hammered by the Elves, Boat Humans, Dwarves, Duragar, Centaurs, fighting against them, and the Ogres. But they're still around. They're still kicking around. The Elves have freed themselves, but now are under siege by the Goblins, because they can't have enough strife. The Gnomes over here. Cool thing of this history is the humans, the gnomes, and the elves are all actually related. There was the race, the Jinn, as they were previously, super magical race, basically blew themselves up. through a magical catastrophe, which is why the Feywild has such ravenous growth magic. A lot of the fallout from this cataclysm settled on that region. The gnomes dug underground. They established what are effectively vaults and locked themselves in. The magic that settled on the mountains above them slowly seeped through the mountains and kind of poisoned them, but they eventually established a resistance to this. So the gnomes are super resistant to magic and still have some latent magical abilities. The humans, who were settled in the area closest to the big cataclysm, which was centered around this mountain range doesn't actually exist. This is just to remind me, hey, this is where shit went down. Had the magical abilities out of them, basically just burned out. So they no longer have latent magic. They can teach themselves, so they can become wizards and clerics and that type of thing, but like sorcerers, super rare. Magical bloodlines just don't really exist. And then you had the elves, who are kind of on the outskirts of the magical explosion. A lot of their magical essence has also been burned out of them, but they still have some, so they are more magically inclined than the humans. And eventually arcane magic will be discovered by the dwarves. And then the dwarves get conquered by tyrannical archmages, who then turn to necromancy and become the dwarven lich lords. Huge civil war will erupt out of this, and basically the dwarves will say magic is really bad and pretty much outlaw it, which is why they turn more to enchanting rather than spellcraft, because they have seen what happens if you let magic run rampant and without regulation. The centaurs are just kind of roving nomad types. Then in the south I have a couple of things going on. This is not nearly as well established as the northern area. So we have the lizard men, who are ruled by the Naga. Next door to them we have the Leonin, who are actually being ruled by the Rakshasa, though nobody really knows that they are actually Rakshasa. They have over time corrupted some of the Naga and turned them evil. The sect of the evil Naga and the good Naga, big civil war. The good Naga continue to live down here. There were some lizard men that basically said religion is bad, okay, and became agnostic if not atheist, and kicked the Naga out. And then the bad Naga, with their people, became the Yuan-Ti. They corrupted themselves, or got corrupted, and moved north. So we've got those three. We have the Leonin with the Rakshasa, with the Lamia, who has something going on. I don't remember exactly what they are. The Castanin. This is a race I invented. They are beaver folk. So you have the beaver folk established here. Bugbears, hunting and doing stuff. And then some of the goblins who are blown off course from the massive migrations in the north, starting to settle down here. And then over here, we have your pals, the gnolls. The gnolls in this setting are more like the D&D gnolls, where they are ravenously hungry. They are basically the Tyranids of this world. They will appear in an area, they will absolutely consume absolutely everything there, leave it completely barren and lifeless, and then move on. And this is currently where the gnoll hordes are. The arrows are kind of showing me where they're going. They came up against the Three Kreen, who are insectoids. Kind of alien to this area. Nobody really understands them. Nobody actually realizes these guys are actually super civilized and actually kind of advanced. But they've built what is effectively the Great Wall of China to stop the gnolls bursting through and getting into their territories. There's a huge war going on at the moment over this borderland region. And then we have deserts further south. We have infernals. I'm still kind of writing what they are. Because this is going more into the mythology and the pantheons and all of that. But when you die, you go down the river of the dead into the ocean of souls. And then in the ocean of souls is where all the souls are gathered. And swimming through the ocean of souls are demons who basically hunt down souls and eat them. Very bad. Naughty. Then we have the god of the dead, who is called the fisherman. And he uses his harpoon and stabs souls with his harpoon. And whenever he gets one and reels them back in, they are then reborn. And that is basically how souls return to the world, is via the fisherman. The devils aren't necessarily evil per se, which is why I'm still trying to work out exactly how they function in this setting. But they are the anti-demon unit who are trying to stop the demons from just eating all of the souls in the ocean of souls. Still working that bit out. But basically the gnolls are demons who have escaped from the Ocean of Souls, hence the ravenous, I eat everythingness. And the Infernals have kind of gone after them, and they are hunting down those demons. There's one group of them down in the south, and then there was another one I was going to put up here somewhere. Maybe I didn't do that in the end. Yeah, maybe. Oh, and you'll like this. There's a giant turtle just hanging out. This thing is a leviathan. And forest gnomes have built a city on his back. So there's this giant turtle wandering around the steppe with a city of forest gnomes on his back. So yeah, that's my world. That is the setting of Promessence. And the reason everyone else who's watching I went in such detail is LeJerk is my DM in multiple different games. Currently got a Pathfinder game going on. Pathfinder Society. He's a bit of a legend. So I'm showing off a little. But also I thought you'd be interested. Anyway, I think I'm actually going to end the stream here. I can feel my voice getting very, very hoarse, having streamed for 8 hours today, 8 hours yesterday, which is more than I usually do. So I'm struggling a bit. So thank you everyone for watching. Hope you enjoyed this. If you have, be sure to hit that follow button so you get notifications when we are live again in the future. If you really enjoyed this and you want to support the channel, then please do consider subscribing. Helps the channel out, lets me do more of this kind of content. Or you can, of course, check out the Patreon at patreon.com/MordredViking. If you're watching on YouTube, you can find us on Twitch at twitch.tv/MordredViking. And if you're on Twitch, you can find us on YouTube at youtube.com/MordredViking. I will put those details in chat for you. And then you can also, if you're on the YouTubes, find them in the links below. I'll be back again. No, I am not back next weekend. Next weekend, I am going back to the UK for the weekend. So the weekend after will be the next one. We'll probably certainly continue the CK3 game, because I really want to get back into that with the Nomadic Vikings, currently somewhere past the Urals. And also Age of Wonders. Like, I do actually want to continue this game. Even though we are like 10 turns in after 4 hours of streaming, we did a bunch of world building and a bunch of faction creation. But it's been pretty productive. I'm kind of glad that we've made some more progress here. The dwarves really needed fleshing out, and now they are. So yeah, that's it for me. Thanks everyone for watching, and I'll see you all next time. And LeJerk, see you tomorrow. Bye everyone.